easy cup of joy right next to me. In this endless game we play, she's the one you won't forget. Her legacy lives forever till the end of days together. Anyone in her way, she'll dominate without delay. Cup of joy, she's here to stay. In this game we shout hooray. Never fading, always bright. Through the day and through the night. Every path she'll conquer clearly, leaves a mark we all hold dearly. In the game where legends rise, cup of joy lights up the skies. In this endless match we roam, cup of joy, she calls it home. Every win and every feat proves her reign can't be beat. Cup of joy, she's here to stay. In this game we shout hooray. Never fading, always bright. Through the day and through the night. Cup of joy, she's here to stay. In this game we shout hooray. Never fading, always bright. Through the day and through the night. Through the day and through the night. Through the day and through the night.
In a small town cafe known as Cup of Joy, where the kettle's always whistling and the old folks enjoy, I heard a tale from an old man, voice low and weary, about a girl with bright gray eyes, her presence scared. He said, boy, don't you dare log in to that game where days and nights begin. For there's a name you'll hear around, and it's best you turn away, not make a sound. Cup of joy, beware and log out. Her stare will leave you in doubt. Don't look at her beautiful face, or you'll be her toy, no time left to waste. The players whispered in hushed tones about the fate that chill to the bones. She'll lure you with her charming side and drag you down into endless night. They say her eyes hold a secret deep, a curse that robbed you of your sleep. One glance and you're hooked on her game, running circles forever the same. Cup of joy, beware and log out. Her stare will leave you in doubt. Don't look at her beautiful face, or you'll be her toy, no time left to waste. Hold a secret deep, a curse that robbed you of your sleep. One glance and you're hooked on her game, running circles forever the same. Cup of joy, beware and log out. Her stare will leave you in doubt. Don't look at her beautiful face, or you'll be her toy, no time small town.
George, she's the queen of the game when she's online. You better know her name, humankind in the real world vibe. But in the digital realm, she's got a dark side. She walks the streets with her heart so pure. But in Daisy, she's the one you should fear, bringing destruction, leaving no one alive. When you hear her name, it's run or die. Run or die. The majority's on the prowl. She'll hunt you down, make you scream and howl. In the game, she's a ruthless queen. Run or die, or become a casualty of sin.
Hey chat, welcome everyone. Thanks for joining me. So the server we're going in today, I just looked and I went in. I was gonna bring you guys in, but for some reason it restarted. So I don't know what's happening. Give me a few seconds. Okay, so it looks like it's locked for a few minutes, so I'm gonna jump onto another server and then we'll go back. Hey agent, how's it going? So guys, the server I wanted to go to right now is having problems. So we're gonna jump into a different one and then we'll come back. Okay? Lamp? What do you mean lamp? You need a lamp? We're in. There we go. I'm gonna try to remember what I was doing. Okay. Let me see. Okay, our base is that way. Okay, look. Look how funny I look on, on this server. Oh, you know what? I was gonna change these wings. Let's go back real quick. I'm just gonna run real quick. It's just right there, right? Is that far? Yeah, cause by the time I fly there, it's, where am I? I'm trying to remember what I was saying. Oh, you know what I was doing? I was gonna go sell these teddy bears. Oh crap. It was 1.2 away. Should we just fly? I gotta look at my setting as well. I'm flying. Okay, let's do that. Hopefully we don't run into a bunch of bears because we might be dead on here. Those stupid bears. Yeah, I think I should have flew. The bears are like crazy. They don't make it easy on here, on the bears. How's your day, Agent? Everyone else is quiet. Okay, we're almost there. Almost there. I hate these. I like these wings, but I hate them. They get in your way. Like, look. See? Look, you can't shoot. It blocks it. Oh man, I just ran into a bunch of Zed. That's the Zed I was talking about. I think I told somebody that. I was like, I don't know why they hang around there for. There's nothing there to protect, you know? Not a building, nothing. There's just like randomly like 20 Zed in the field, like having a meeting or something. A Zed meeting. Zombie meeting. To kill all of us. Okay, this is our base. You guys like it? I need to raise that flag. Hip build this. They have like rules on here on building, so it has to be certain size only. Let me raise that flag. It's been a minute, I guess. There we go. Hey, Silent. So Silent, I'm in this server because the other server I want to run just had a, I guess when I was AFK for a few minutes and I'm about to start, they had a force restart, so I'm stuck here for a few minutes. I need to go back in because you know why? My vehicle's not locked. On the not lock. Okay, is this my backpack? Is this the backpack I was wearing? So I gotta find the backpack. 500. I think that was it. I don't remember it being this big. This color. Okay, the wings are right there. Okay, so we'll switch that. And we'll move all this over. I know. I hope nobody takes my vehicle. I just bought that too. I was inside, so you know, you can't lock it. Well, I went AFK. I should have locked it when I went AFK. Like, you know, lock myself inside using the U, you know? But I was like, I'm gonna be right back because I'm, you know, streaming. I'll just be in and out. But I was out more. So, yep, I need to learn that. Okay, I need to make sure when I'm inside a vehicle and I'm gonna go AFK to lock it. Okay. Let me check on it real quick. Let's see what they said. Okay, looks like. Okay, they're still talking, so. Oh, this is the exit. Anyways. Okay. Driving ATM, be back in home in 40 minutes. Okay. You're going to the ATM? It's in here, okay. Okay, so here's our case. Okay, we want to go to the other server because I would take my time, but I'm scared that if I fly. Let's see, how far is that place? 6.5. I mean, we could try it. Okay, let's try it. Let's try it. Let's do our. Let's look at my option first. Okay, I need to change these. Do you guys change your what do you guys have your Halley set to? How do you guys set your Halley? Lower. Engine start left. One more. Auto. Okay. Halley auto pilots. Okay. Apply. Back. Continue. Okay, I think that's how I set mine. I think this is the Halley. Sorry guys, I have those marks because I need them. I need to know where I'm going, okay? Let's see. Where is it? It's to the right, okay. Check on that. Okay, restart is in an hour and 50 minutes. Okay. Let's see if we can do this. Okay, the flying on here is a little bit different. It's a little bit crazy. Okay, so we're going to mats. Am I lagging or is this just slow? It's foggy. Isn't the flying on here weird? Look. Like. Okay. Go like this. And then I'm gonna go down. See. Why are we so high? We are high. Damn, we're high. Look how high we're. That's why it's foggy. We're above the clouds. Come on, go down. Okay, go like that. Okay, and then I'm gonna take it off autopilot. And let's go over here. Put it back on. Land. That guy landed my spot. See how harder it is to fly on this server? It's like it's so annoying. See how annoying it is? Come on! There we go. Finally! Finally! No bears, please. Okay, I'm gonna pack this just in case I have to log out here. And then it goes in your inventory. There it is. It doesn't go on the ground. There's always bears around here. Always. Get up here. Okay, let me check on the other server real quick. See? You guys hear that? Did this guy leave? Oh, he's leaving. You're like that. What is he doing? What is he doing? He's scared. Yeah, we could always jump on top of this thing right here as well. Let's see if I could do it. Yeah, see? So. Oh, he's gonna go kill it. Okay, I was like, why don't you just kill it? Okay, let's sell our stuff. Okay, we can't sell... God, I hate this. Okay, we can't sell that. We can't sell... Where's all my gun? Where's 3 and 4? Where's my guns at? Oh my god. What the heck? That's not my gun. Where's all my gun? Okay, the barrel's right here. This is my ass kicker. This is my... I have a BSSK. And... yeah, I have 2 more guns that are missing. Where'd they go? This is not it. Ah. Did that guy kill all the bears so he left some? Okay, let's go deposit this first. I want to sell these teddy bears, but when you sell them, sometimes the money goes into the teddy bear. Let me just see if it goes in the... Oh, it needs to be empty. Okay, so that's good. I still hear that, those bears. Okay, let me find those. This. Okay, nothing in this one. Nothing in this one. Nothing in here. Okay, there it is. And there was like a brown one that has some stuff in there as well. You guys see a brown teddy? Oh, it must be this one. Yeah, we don't want to sell this brown one. Okay. Okay. Now, let me go to that. Go. Let's go up here. Looks like somebody's hunting bears. Right? You hear that? It's crazy, right? Okay, let me tap out and go see if... I hate this. I don't know why they do that. They need to make an announcement when they're about to do a force restart. And that way people are in the clear, you know? And they could lock up their vehicles. And log out. I don't know where my two guns went. Okay, Now, guys, this is so amazing. Okay, this part right here. Okay, so now we're gonna go to let me show you the map. We're gonna go down here to what is it? Oh, it's Berezino. Okay, Berezino. We're gonna go to Berezino because we're gonna sell some of our fish and fur and bear stuff right here. But to get down there, I didn't want to fly, so we could do this. Let's see if it. You go like this, and you could TP there. So we're gonna go to Berezino. Okay, and then we're gonna hit TP, teleport, and we're there. Ta-da! Okay, I think it's this way. What the heck is going on? Nobody's... Look at all these Z. We're just gonna run there first and deal with them later. I think it's this way, hopefully. Hey guys, come on. Follow me. I took my markers off, so I'm thinking it's this way. Did I just hear a bear? Yeah, it's that way. Where do they go? Oh, they can't keep up? I guess not. One on, guys. His dad's not coming. Oh, somebody flew here. See, look at this heli. Look at this heli. And this is not a safe zone, so we gotta be careful. I don't think it's a safe zone. It says, welcome to hell. I'm scared to get this heli. Like, what if you, like, went to hell, you know? I mean, who wants to go to hell, right? Where's my water? There. Another heli. No. Okay. Go in here and sell our crap. Look at these guys. They got wings on too. Oh, you know what? Oh, guys, sorry. Let me get up here real quick. Let me do this. 1 second. Let's see, where are we at? What is this place called? There we go. I gotta find streaming. Sorry, guys. Streaming. Okay, here we go. Let's sell our stuff. We're selling these two. That one. And you want to pick these up. Look how much they sell for. It's a little bit laggy, huh? Can we sell all 8 at once? Nope. Is that it? Can I see the trash can? There it is. Throw that away. Do I not have a leather kit? I do. I gotta go find these 2 guns, chat. Okay, let me tap that real quick and check again. If you're here, you know why I'm checking. So I'm gonna be in and out for a few, because I need to really get my I'm gonna see if he could lock my car for me. See if an admin could lock my car for me. If he can, then I'll stay here a little bit longer. If not, I have to switch server, chat. Okay, thank you. Thanks. Okay. Okay. Yay! He put it in my garage. Okay. Okay. Now I just have to, when I log in, I have to run all the way to the garage. Okay, chat, we could be here for a little bit. Okay. So, this is where I want to go. I want to go to, before we go back to base, and look for our guns that are missing. Look! 3 and 4 and 7 is missing. What's going on here? Like, I log in and stuff are missing? Some of my ammo is missing. What is going on? Yeah, I have a... So I have a spare for this one. I know it was down here. 2 of them. Okay, so that's right. Then I have a spare for the... Where's my ass kicker spares? Where are these? Ah! Okay. That's why I need to go back to base. We need to go back to base too. Okay, but before we do that, I want to go... So we're at Berezino right here. Oh, Berezino here. I want to go to the train track. Where is it at? Is this the train track? Gorski, there's a train track here with a military. Okay, so this is a military. This has to be the train track right here, right? Is this supposed to be train track? Okay. So we're gonna land here. Here. So we'll put let's put an X on there. And I'll put it in group for now. Okay. So we're gonna land right there. 10.9. Chat, 10.9. There we go. Open that. Get in. There we go. Okay. Hey, Coffee. How's it going? I know I was scared that I might have to leave the server because on the other one that I was playing before I came live on here, they did a forced restart without telling anyone, right? Like, you know, and I went AFK for a second, I came back, and my car is unlocked with goodies in there. Don't you think that when you do a forced restart and stuff like that, you need to tell your players so that they could get ready for it, lock their door, pack their vehicles, right? Crazy. So the admin said he's gonna put my car in the garage for me. We're gonna go to the Zolinos military. I like that little train track, like those goodies there. And then we're gonna go to Tisy after that. I know, right? It makes sense. I know, and then you hear people saying, I'm gonna steal people's stuff, you know, if they don't log in on time. I'm like, what the heck? Hey, Coffee, I went to, I don't know if you're still here. We went to get some bears, I think last week. And it was awful. It was hilarious and awful at the same time. Oh my god. He died. I went there. I almost died. And then no, he didn't die. He almost died. You know, I almost died. And then as soon as you come to, the bears are right next to you. Like, they don't leave. Chat, you don't understand how hard the bears on this server is. If you are looking for a challenge on bears, this is it. I play servers and they have bears, but this server, the bears don't leave you alone. So they claw you. You go on con. You come back. Your gear is like worn or whatever, right? And they're still there. And as soon as you move, they claw you again. They come back and they go rah, and then they come back and claw you again. So what I found that I had to, I just had to crawl to the heli and try to get in, and I finally got in, and he did the same thing. It was a mess. I mean, we're like, both of us are gonna die. There's no admin on. It was late at night for us, so it was like US time. Everybody has gone to bed. There's probably like 2 or 3 people on only. And we were screwed. We couldn't get help. So we just got out of there without, we're like, you know what, forget it. We're just not gonna get any pelts. We're not, you know. So we left. We love the server. We love it. I love it because, like, nobody else does this, okay? Nobody else does it. This server there was no wipe. There wasn't a wipe. You know, everybody else wiping, and he didn't wipe. There's no problems. Look, there's no lag problems. I'm flying. There's no lag problems at all. You know? There's a lot of people on this server. It's always popping. So if you're looking for a channel server and you're looking for a challenge, this is it, chat. You might want to come in here. Yeah, I just love it that I don't have to like die in the air, like the server crash and you are now dead. Hey Silent, welcome back. How was your ATM trip? I gotta get this Holly right. It's a little bit tricky to fly these, but the good thing about it is the way this mod is on these Holly, you can't really. I mean, you could still crash, but it's harder. Go right here. And we're down. We're just driving back from Albert. Okay, what is that? It's like an ATM place. I don't think I'm gonna pack my this time. I'm just gonna lock it. Lock it. No, not ATM at the moment. Doesn't mean ATM machine. Oh, okay. Driving at the moment, be back. Oh, okay. I thought you meant driving to an ATM and you'll be back. Look, I got a Moreland. Okay, let me find some room. Okay. My my inventory suck ass. Suck so much. Look at this. I mean, it's like things are just all over the place. This is giving me anxiety. Like, what's going on here? I haven't played here in a minute, and so I'm like, I looked at that. I was like, what was I thinking? Why was I, you know, doing that? Okay, so this one is, okay, I don't need that. I'm not taking anything I don't need. Just, I'm gonna end up, like, my inventory is gonna be all... I'm just gonna take all guns. That's it. Just guns. I think I have all the attachment. Okay, I do. Oh, okay. You hear that? Rah! Rah! What's this, you think that's prettier? Does this go in here? No, it doesn't. That's a pretty color. There they are. Oh, this is what I've been okay, so when I die to the bears, I lost my my gun. And it was a gold one. I wanted the gold one back. It had a gold butt stock also. So this is good. I'm gonna switch it. Let me see. Let's go like that. Yeah, I'm gonna switch it. And then I'm gonna sell this one. we go. It's gonna go there. And it's gonna go there. Yes! We got our old gun back. That's what happened. I was like, wait. Where did my gold gun go? It's because that day... the bears got us and it was on the ground and I just didn't pick it up because I was like, you know what, let's just get out of here because we're gonna die and there's no one around. So do I have a suppressor? I do. See, it's still there. I think it's this ghillie band. Look, see. Is that supposed to happen like that? Look. That's not good, right? Oh, okay, this. Oh, man. So I need to get a armband instead of this. Right, it's an armband, yeah. And then I need a cuter outfit. Look at this. Look how ridiculous I look. I'm not even cute. You guys know I like being cute when I play. I need to wear my shorts. Look how pretty this green is. Let's keep that. I could toss it later. I'm just looking at it. I just like looking at that color. I know, right? It's Daisy, but I wanna wear my like shorts. I mean, look, I got no shorts on, just a ghillie suit. Look, I got pants on. I like the black boots. These are like stupid brown. And look, dirty brown, you know. Oh, somebody opened this crate already. Do I even have a key? I don't think let me look at my keys. Oh, they left this. Why'd they leave a Game Boy? That's like expensive. Oh, they left the food. We could eat the food. We'll leave that for somebody else. Okay, let me look at my keys. Oh no, only keys I have left, if we open anything, is the green. Just the green crates. Just green. We don't have the tan one anymore. Oh, look at this gun. Boing, 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 boing. Okay, we'll sell this one. Let's round these guys up. There you go. Oh, somebody else is here too. Oh, he's right there. Okay, guys, is this bad? Like, when I run into somebody and they have like they're killing someone like that, I just kind of like sit back and let them do their work like that. So I just watch them. We're just watching. We just watching. He's inside. This is a good time for like something to happen, right? I just like to watch and see what people do. There you go, dude. There you go. You got it. Come on, dude. Dude. Behind you. He has no helmet. He has no helmet on. Yeah, look. Okay, that's a VS. Is that a VSSK? Yeah, it is a VSSK. I can't see through this. What's he doing? Oh, he's getting the loot. Yeah. We might just have to leave because he's got this place, so. We don't know. Since he killed all those Zed. Is he done? What's he doing? Did some Zed go in here? Oh yeah, he's loading over. But I do want to kind of go in here in this place in here and see. Yeah, we won't take it. Okay. Let's let him have all that stuff. Okay, we're gonna go to Tisy. a lot of people here. There's a lot of Zed. Wow. I have to go somewhere else. Okay, so look at the map. 60 minutes. Okay, so we're gonna go. Oh, let's try Cresta. Also, go all the way to. Oh, look, it got here. Okay, so we're gonna land back here. Okay. Guys, quiet. Tisy. There we go. $9.5. Silent, did we ever do Tisy with you? Like the three of us? Oh, okay. So we only played on Niham with you then. We didn't play on the other maps. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna land in the back here. Ah. Back up. Back up, plane. Back up. Back up a little bit more. Right there. This is good, right? Let's go this way a little. Okay, I'm gonna pack my heli just in case. Come on. Okay, now I gotta find it in my inventory. There it is. And put it right there. We need some 308. I guess we don't. We'll take it. Look at this little tiny gun. So adorable, right? What did we do? We did, okay. That one, this one. this? Look, it's a rooster. Why are you here, dude? It is not a safe place for you to be. You need to go somewhere else, okay? Oh, look at my backpack. Isn't it? Look how cute it is. Look. So cute, right? And then the bear, look, the bear's like sideways, you know? Dude, you gotta go. You gotta leave. You're gonna get eaten. I've never seen a chicken here at Tisy. What's he following us for? We got no food. I don't have food for you. Have you guys seen like on a server where the admin makes the chicken like really, really big? Like what, 20 feet big? Like 2 of you? That's hilarious, huh? Okay. We go here. Yep, right? Silent, remember you died because some admin spawned crap on you and you tried to shoot it and then I think you shot it and you got somebody else and because you shot at a person you died. You are dead, Silent. Okay, I did that one. I need to go. I think this one I need to do. Oh, you know what? We should have asked that guy if he wanted to come to Tisy with us. Aw, thanks, Coffee. You're amazing. I know, we should have asked that guy. I totally forgot about it. Because he didn't even have a helmet. You know? If something got him in the head, he'd be dead. What's this? Oh. God. The rooster is hilarious. Dude, you gotta go home. Let's call him Henry. Henry, go home. Go home, Henry. Go home. Go find a female. Go find a female. You need to repop because you know this is Daisy and it's end time, and if you don't repop, that's the end of your kind. Especially when people are eating the chicken, right? There won't be any chicken left. You gotta repop, Henry. Repop. Yeah, find a female. Yeah, repop, okay? Go find a female. Oh, there's a female. Yeah, this one. There's your girlfriend. There's your girlfriend. Henry, come get your girlfriend. I'll look away when you guys mate. So, you know. We want to give you some privacy there. Oh look! Oh my god, I found the gold one. Come on, let me do it. Okay, there we go. Look, it's all gold now. Yay! Okay, let's do that. Is it 300? Why is this 200? Isn't it 300? 300, right? Yeah, 300 rounds. Oh, this one's white. Oh, 2 white ones. Cute. Okay. Hold on. Look. Are they mating? It's 2 female mating. Oh my god. They're mating. Are you guys into girls? Is that what you are? You're into girls? Right? See? 2 white female, right? 2 white female. Go out there and find your husband, ladies. I saw that rooster out there. Is it like one rooster and like 10,000 hens, right? He must be busy. That guy's one lucky bastard. This is 300? Oh, this is a 200 one. Okay. That's why. Now I have one more down here. I sold the rest because I had too many. This one is 100. Oh my god. Did I sell all the 300s? I think that's what I did. Well, gotta find some more. Okay, ladies, we gotta go. You gotta come out and go find your mate. Oh look, there's the PKP. We'll take that home with us. Did I do this one already? I think I did. Oh, a cow! I love cows! Okay, let me go do this one first, then we'll go look at the cow. When I base, I like to be near cows. Oh, there he is. Okay, I'm gonna go like that. You guys gotta see this cow. Markers. There we go. Look. See? Pretty, right? Oh my god. Look at the sound she's making. Cow tipping. There's the pig. 2. Oh, okay. Hopefully they don't run. Okay, let's get a closer look. Look at that. Look. All we're missing is my cats. A cow, some chicken, some pigs. This is hilarious. We need to live here. Look at this guy. Aww. You can't eat that, right? Chat, you can't eat that. I mean, come on, why would you want to eat that? Look how adorable that is. Oh, okay, what is it? Oh, right here. Aww. Look. We got goats now. I'm loving the goats. Hi. And you know what? They're by 2s. They're like 2, so they could mate. Or 3. See? There's 3 of those. They could mate. There's 2 pigs. Oh, that cow needs a husband. Oh my god, this is like a zoo. This is like a zoo. Hi. Oh my god. We live in a zoo. We're in a zoo. Ah, there they are. Hi guys. Hi. Oh, look how cute they are. Oh, they're trying to get out. Ugh. Can they get out? Oh, there goes one. Okay, so he got out. Oh, they're meeting the... Oh. Can you guys get out? What if I walk through you? If I walk through you? Okay, I can't, huh? Sorry. If I go like that, can you get out? There you go. I don't know why they always put the butt in your face, you know? We're getting distracted. Chat, we're getting distracted. Can you imagine coming to Tisy and instead of seeing Zed, you see all this? Animals? Right? Amazing. Just amazing. our cow over here. There's our cat. There's our cow over here. What are you guys doing? What are you doing over here by yourself? What are you doing here by yourself? Oh. There he goes. Guys, look at this. This is amazing. Okay, let's go loot. Let's go finish off this. There's the pig. Hey, you're all by yourself over here. There's another gold. We got 2 now. Maybe we'll just keep this one because if something happens to us, we have a spare. We don't need another one, do we? Okay. Aw, there's our cow. Made his way back. Hey. He's supposed. Oh, there he goes. He's supposed to run. Okay, gotta go to yellow building now. Look at all the animals. Chat, look. Oh my goodness. I'm loving this. See? Chat, like when DayZ people are fighting Zed and I'm looking at the animals. And playing with them. You know? No, Coffee. Aww. Are you guys enjoying the animals? I am. Look. If you live in a house on DayZ and you have like a window, you look out and you have a bunch of animals, that's my base. That would be my base. That's where I would base. There he is. You might as well just give me an ass kicker. Do that. Look, isn't he adorable? Look at that goat. I mean, come on. Just adorable. Pepsi helmet for sale. Why do I sound like I'm an animal? Like I'm like sniffing. Like I'm an animal. Hey guys, you still down here? Hanging out? Ah, look at them. Just hanging out, you know? Not a care in the world. Like a zombie's not gonna eat them or anything. Or humans. Okay, let's go over here. Let's check this tower real quick. This is such a good place because look, there's like a pond right here. But you can't base here because, you know, it's military. Like, this would be like a good place to base, right? Right here in the grass. Put your base here. You go fishing there if you need food. Okay, so this place has that up here. Close this. I could hear them already. Yeah, they're all gonna come. Okay, I need to get to a place where I can shoot them. Okay. And there. Look how colorful this is. That's a pretty color, huh? Doesn't this look like a grave to you guys? Like this? Yeah. Look. Like somebody's grave. I hate this, look. Sometimes it does that, I'm scary. Okay, let's get out of here. Look at our animals! Look at them! So cute! There's the chicken back, the rooster. Stupid ghillie suit. He's relaxing. We'll take that. can't I open the door? There you go. That was weird. You guys want to see my ass kicker gun? This is it. I think I have the... I need to find like a certain part to make the second gun. I forgot which part I need. But, I have the other part at base. Oh, I love this scope. I didn't know it was that great. It's the Tango. I didn't. Okay. Let's look through it at our animals. Ah, there's the hand. Over there. Okay, we gotta find some parts for the ass kicker. Ass kicker parts. Silent, there's your alligator. You get your computer set up and you come in here. We have an alligator for you. Look at the animals, animals. Oh, I need to find another mag for my, Okay, I need to find another mag for the Barrett. So it's a Baller Z Barrett 82. And I need to find a magazine for the ass kicker. Ass Kicker magazine, Barrett magazine, and Ass Kicker parts. Okay, chat, will you remember that for me? think I'm gonna take that gun. Oh, did I? Wait, did I? No, I didn't. I didn't. I found the magazine. One second, Chad. Okay, I'll be right back. Hold on. Oh my god. It's hilarious. I just got a message that's sad and hilarious at the same time. Okay. You know what? Let's round you guys up. Okay. Come on. I want to do this one. Where's the rest of you? Dude, come on. Come. Come on. Okay, come on. You too. You too. Let's do it here. Let's do it here. Damn, I can't open that. I don't want to kill you guys. I just want you to go to inside. Do this one first. I could still hear that cow. Chat. I love that cow. We love the cows. Hey, can we take this? And can we bury these guys? Where they at? Can I bury them? Yeah, let's bury them. We're burying the body. Look! He's gone! He's underneath. Okay, who should we bury next? This guy, right? Chad, I love this. No evidence. No evidence that we were here. See? Can we unbury them? You can't, There's a dig for worms only. This is hilarious. Ta-da! He's gone. Okay, we gotta keep this shovel just for now, so we could play around with it. Let's put that number 7. Can I cut this guy up? I can't. Did it? Okay, I can't. Oh well. We could bury them, but we can't cut them up. gotta close this just in case. I know one of my friends was gonna play with me, and I was wondering where are they at, and I just got a message. I was like, oh no, it was something bad happened, but it's funny at the same time. So I gotta make sure I get back with him later, make sure he's okay. Let's go over here. Really? 5 minutes? Okay. Okay, we gotta find a safe place to log out. What is this thing right here? Oh, okay, okay. Okay, let me think. Where should I log out at? We could log out at this building right here. So we could log in here. We don't have our animals with us. I don't hear them anymore. Oh, I hear him. I heard her. I heard her. Okay, this one is... Okay, this one's 200, so we'll keep this one. We'll sell that 100 one. I think I accidentally sold the 300 magazine for the FAL. I thought that they were, I thought I had all 300s. I guess I had like 100 and 200s as well. It should be okay here. There's the captain. Look at him. He's all mad. He goes, "You killed my captain." Look at his teeth. That guy has not brushed his teeth in years. He's mad. Okay, so we'll log here. And we'll come back. Okay, chat, I'm gonna do be right back screen for you guys. Okay. And I'll be right back, okay? Okay, I'm back. We're going in. I just went in to make some coffee, so it should be ready in like 2 minutes. Okay, let me bring you guys in. There we go. Okay. We're in. What's this? What's a gun? Okay, let me double check the sound's on for you guys. And okay, I'm back. Oh. There's a little lag there, huh? Right? Is that a little lag? Is that from my side? That's weird. It's a little lag, right? Is it my side? Oh, that's not good. Okay, let me relog. Maybe it's me. Yeah, see? Losing some frame there, huh? Okay, let me yeah, it's a little bit off. Okay. Hold on, chat. I'm gonna just exit out and then relog it. Okay, we're going. I just went ahead and logged all the way out, just in case. Okay, so here's you, agent, you went to lunch and I had to drive an hour for? Why did you have to drive an hour for lunch? Is it a good place? Is it worth the travel? Okay, we're back. Let's see. Oh yeah, that's much better. Okay. I hope the food was worth it. Oh, okay, it's one of those places that. Okay. Did you get some to go so that you don't have to drive that far next time? Yeah, right? I would have got some food to go, like order a bunch of food, like $100 worth of food if it's that great. Can you freeze it? Refrigerate it? I don't taste this. It don't taste the same reheated. True. That's true. Well, then you have to go every time, huh? Do they deliver? Hey, deliver to me. An hour away. That's a lot of gas money. Okay, what kind of food is? Tell us what kind of food it is. I'm getting hungry now talking about it. Okay, let's talk about food. We'll get all hungry up. What's your favorite kind of food, guys? Fried catfish. Oh my agent, I love catfish. Not a lot of people like catfish, but I love catfish. So in my town here, it's really neat because there's this store, and you know how every store has like fresh fish and stuff like that. You go to the deli or whatever it's called. I don't know if it's the deli section, But this one is neat because what is it? So you go in and then you know, you go to the deli part where all the fish are, and then they have all the fish like on ice and stuff like that, and then you just choose which fish you want and how you want it cooked. So you know, I usually get like a catfish, and then if I'm getting something else for family members as well, you know, I get it there, and then you tell them how to cook it, and they do that, and then they wrap it up for you, and there's dinner, and then you just take it home and eat it. It's really neat. I think it's a neat system. So I go there if I want fish, because I'm lazy. I want someone to cook the fish for me. Yeah, I usually have it fried and cut and fried, like cut and fried. They do a really good job. I think I go so often that guy always recognizes me. But oh, and then they have different sizes too, so you could get a big old catfish, like a humongous one, if you want one, or smaller ones. And they sell it by the weight. But I usually get catfish. They have like so many types of fish, but I normally just get catfish. Okay, let's see. We came from there. Now we're gonna go this way. But I want to hit these back tents first. Oh look, teal one. Okay, so we'll hit this one out. gun cleaning kit? Okay, let's swap it. Because I don't want to carry two. Oh, is that gold? No, it's not. Does that look better? Does this go on here? Let's see. No, it doesn't. Need a gold one, huh? That'd be nice. I don't think I've seen a gold one. Okay, we hit this first, and then we'll go here. Oh, I missed all this right here. I don't know. I guess I could go back. A Coke. I'm a Pepsi girl, but we'll drink this Coke anyways. Look, I have a Coke backpack instead of a Pepsi backpack. You guys like Coke or Pepsi? Or does it matter to you? They all taste the same. Oh, am I full? Damn, I'm full, chat. My inventory is full. Look, I really need to sort this inventory because it's like crazy. Oh my god, look, I got this. I got the... Shut up. I got the gun. Shut up. I picked it up and I didn't notice it. Oh my god! I'm so excited! Chat, look at this! So if I die at something, at least I have one at base. And then yeah, two at base. Oh my god. Oh my god, that was worth it. That was worth it. Look at this stupid inventory. I mean, it's like... I need to like come in, log in when I'm not streaming and just fix all this. Fix it. It's like I should be able to carry more. Right? I mean, I'm not even finished looting Tisy. I mean, look at this. Okay, we're here. Okay, let's look at Tisy. Okay. So we landed here. We looted all this. We came over here, this side, I think a side. We didn't even get to, I think some of it. Okay, so we didn't even get to this part. So we came around here, and then came here. So I didn't even get this. And I call these landing pads. This is where all the Zeds are, like a bunch of them, a lot. And then we didn't even go here. This is where, like, we might encounter some, like, big old bears. This is the hot spot, and I usually do that last. See, we didn't even get to finish. I'm full already. This is crazy. Crazy! So now we got, okay, so here's the plan. We're gonna go to, I took all the marks off. Okay, I gotta put the marks back. Okay, eat, lady, eat. Okay, so do K. I want all visible. Okay, so we're gonna go to Green Mountain. We're gonna go to Green Mountain. Oh, you know what, guys? Should we just TP that? We can just TP that. We don't have to fly. We could, like, TP that because I packed my heli. That's why you pack your heli. So if you don't want to fly, you just TP that. But before we do that, you know what? Let's look at this one. Let's look at this one and that one. So this one and that one. And then we'll go. And we'll TP though, instead of flying. And to TP it costs, I think 10k. 10k to TP. You don't have to have the money in your inventory. They just take it out of your bank. I love the TP thing. I know most people goes, but you know what? Sometimes you just don't want to fly, you know? Look, we got a helmet for that newbie guy. I wonder if we should take it. But it doesn't have MVG. If we see him, we'll put it in the donation thing. Yeah, let's put it in the donation. Yeah, there we go. We'll put it in the donation. If he goes to, when he's ready, he'll go make his way with the sell stuff, and then he'll pick that up. Okay, so that one, and we're gonna go to this one. Let's close that just in case. Darn it. Okay. You sure we have no room at all for these guns? Can I fit this one here? No, this is too big. Darn it. What is this? Okay. Let me think. Nope, that doesn't work. Why am I carrying these pumpkin slice? Why am I carrying these pumpkin slice? We gotta put that donation. Oh, okay, okay. So what if we did this? We don't need this. See, this is what happens when you... You know what? It's fine. We just won't pick it up. It's fine. Oh, did I bring a backpack? Yeah, I did. Look. There. Problem solved. We just have a backpack in our hand. Come on, girl. Okay. I think that's all I wanted to loot. I actually want to go over here more, too. See? This makes me want to go over here more. See? There's the captain right there. Okay, I gotta take him out. Before he calls everyone. Oh, did he call them? You could close these doors. Okay. Let me do these two and then we'll go to trader. This is where the bears live. This is where the bears live. Okay. There we go. Let's see. Yep. So we're gonna go 1, and we're gonna go to Green Mountain. There we go. We are here. Okay, so just so that if you're wondering what server I'm playing on, this is the name of the server. It's oh, somebody's here too. They TP here too. Let me take all my marks off. All hand, okay. DW. Let me look at the name real quick. I'm gonna tap out real quick. Hopefully nothing gets me. DW PVE Fresh Wipe 40k star BBP drugs vaults key cards. So it's if you put DW in, it should show up. It's a journal map. Look at that. Look, it's a monkey. No, it's not a monkey. It's a, like, what is that creature called? What is that creature called, chat? It's a giant, right? It's a giant. Looks like the giant in Jack and the Beanstalk, right? Look. Let me go first person. Look at that. The trader zone. You know how it spins like that? I love that. What is he pointing to? Wonder what he's pointing to. Is that a pointer or? Okay, so this is the trader. Oh, this is new. I haven't seen this before. He put this in. Okay, so here's the ATM. Vehicle trader. ATM. Trash cans. Donation. What was that helmet at? There's the helmet. Let's close that. And let's close that. Food. Clothing. Tools. Attachments. And weapon. Somebody left their crap right here. We just put this in the trash. There we go. Okay, so what I like to do is let me sell a few and then I could put my bag down. Look, we already made 1,000,000. And I didn't even feel the heli. Chat, do you guys miss our animals, or is it just me? Our pigs and cows and roosters and hens, and we didn't get any cats though. We didn't get any pussy cats. Meow. Okay. Let me go deposit this. Oh, let me go. Hold on. I'm gonna do this. Pick that up. Okay. Put my backpack in here. A gun cleaning kit. Oh shit. Do I have an extra one? You could buy that, right? Can't you just buy it? I thought you could buy it. Yeah, 10K. Who said that? Okay, he's not at the trader. So what I like to do is, I actually like to take this and then put the guns that I'm not selling in here, because I might accidentally sell them. So one. There's 1, 2, 5. We put the shovel in 7. That's funny. Okay. We're not selling these. I'm just gonna put that over there. I normally don't. Okay, we're saving that one. Oh, you know what? I need to put these, can I put that in there? Yeah. think that's it. Do these go in here? No, but they need a magazine and a suppressor. Does this suppressor go in there? I don't think so. No. Found a military crate at Gorka, but I can't open it. I think you have to have a key, right? You have to have a key to open the military crate. Oh, here's one more. Look at my... Look! If I die, I have extra. Oh, here's the... Okay, I know. Okay, so I think I could put this in here. Yeah. Here we go. What about this one? That go in there? No. Okay. Let's close this so nobody takes our stuff. Double check the ground, there's no guns. Let's lock this up. Lock option, lock option. Where's my lock option? Let me lock it! Okay. Okay. It's locked now. Stop! Look at this guy's heli. Look how purple it is. So cute. It's like the little bird. You know what? I like the little bird, but the thing I hate about it is like you just press, there's no door. So if you accidentally hit the E, you know, on a certain server, you're dead. What he said will be an area of just random. What is he talking about? Is he still talking about the? I'm new to. Where can I get But I guess we learn together. Oh, you could buy it, right? The kit? Right? Is this called? Yeah. I should have picked up that one. Do I have a second one? I don't have an extra one for him. No, I don't. Oh darn, you know what? I totally forgot. I forgot to look. I always forget to look at Z. Cause yeah, that's true. The key cards do come in the. Oh, all those Z that I killed, they could have had a key card. Oh well. Too late. I always forget to search the zombies. Agent, you're making me hungry. Like I want to go eat now. Okay, so I did do 3 hours of streaming. So if I wanted to go eat, I can. Oh, we're saving the alligator for silent. Silent, if you're here, do you want the PKP too? I want to sell it. Okay, I'll just save that one. Okay. Yeah, I don't need that. Sell that. Sell that. Oh, I do have a one of these. MVG. Just gotta find it. Okay, we won't sell that. Okay, that goes in here. Oh, you know, we should donate this. I don't know if I should donate this stuff. Just in case somebody needs it. Oh, I want to keep that. Oh, they would like these. These are the 338 suppressor. Oh my god, I have so many stuff. Okay, I throw that one away. Throw that away. Yeah, I think some of this I'm gonna just throw away. Oh, look, we have another one. Oh, look at all this meat. Oh, here it is. Okay. Go here. Oh, that guy needs a helmet. Do you want this? Do you need that? Do you need it? Hello? Do you need that? Do you need that helmet for night vision? Take it if you need it. There's a battery too. Here's some food. There you go. Oh, I need that. Oh, there it is. Need that one. I know I could sell this stuff, but it takes forever. And they're just like 500. So, I'm just gonna dump them. And sell that one. Red, here it is. That's it, I just have to reorganize everything. Yep, we're done. Okay, let's go deposit our money. Two, four, 3, 200. Deposit that. Okay. Okay, chat, let me check and see if my friend's back or not. 1 second. Okay, it doesn't look like they're back. And now we're gonna fly back to base. Let me double check my... Oh. Darn, it went back. It just reset again. There we go. Autopilot. Okay, apply. Back, continue. Oh, you know what? Before we go, chat, I'm gonna tap out for a second, and let me go right here so you guys could watch these guys do their thing. There we go. You guys could watch them. Yeah. I like that. Okay. And I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab my coffee. Okay. on, open. Get in. Okay, where's base? Oh. There's left hand side. Is my key not working? Wait. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Go. Here's our base. Just gonna back up a little bit. That's fine. Okay, I'm gonna get my gun out. Open. This goes here. This goes here. This goes there. These go here for now. And saving We got backup. Backups. Yes, yes. Always need backups. Okay, 0. Nothing's in our inventory. Let's go and pack that up. Where's my wrench? There it is. Let me pack it. Let me pack it. No. No, I gotta find the tag, the ticket. There it is. And the heli goes on the bottom. The car goes on top. Let's check our flag. Where is that? It's getting dark, chat. It's getting dark. Okay, this is closed. Our little pumpkin farm. Did you see that guy? I put some of the pumpkin slice in the donation, and he took a slice. He ate a pumpkin slice. If you're a veggie eater, you eat the pumpkin slice. If you're not a meat eater, right? During end time, is that a thing? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and empty this.
I'm gonna give you all, never gonna let you down, never gonna run.
There it is. Okay, we'll close that. This is closed. You guys want to see my little... Look, this is the little teddy shell. You open it and then there's all the teddy bears. But I didn't want duplicates, so I have one of each only. I don't know if there's more or not, but I do have room. So these are the only ones I found so far. Actually, we found. Oh, get out of there. Okay. Okay, so chat, here's the plan. Okay, so I'm gonna log out of this server and then go to the other one because I need to run back to Trader and get my car and see if my car is there before the admin like go to bed or something, so I could get that sorted. So that's what we're gonna do. Okay, so we're gonna say goodbye to the server for now, and we're gonna go to Deer Isle. This is Journal. So I'm gonna tap you guys and say be right back, and then I'm going to exit here, and we're gonna go to Deer Isle. I need to go there, make sure my vehicle is okay. And before they all go to bed, or else I won't have a vehicle to get around. Okay, let's see. Okay, so on that server, one of my friends gonna meet me in there. So. Almost there, chat. Almost there. Bear with me. There you go. Oh, you know what? Let me. I don't know if I. You know what? I have MBJ. You guys don't need gamma, right? I have MBJ. So now I'm at. Oh. Okay. Let me tap that. Where does it say car at? Delete that. And I'm gonna go in Discord, okay? Real quick. And we're gonna meet our friend in Discord. So here we go.
Hello.
Hey,
Yeah.
Static. Where are you at? Oh, you at Trader?
Yeah.
Okay, so I have to run back to Trader because what happened is that earlier there was a force restart,
Oh, okay.
and me and my vehicle. You know how when there's a force, I was inside the vehicle,
Mhm.
and so I told an admin I couldn't get back if he could put my vehicle lock it or something, you know. And he said he put it in the garage, so I have to go back to Trader and grab it real quick.
Okay.
Hopefully
That's
it's
annoying.
there. Yeah, hopefully it's there. And then we'll go do the, we'll go put up the flag.
Yeah. You got this. I've got a different flag to swap if you wanna as well. I found a flag.
Oh, okay. If you want to put that flag on yours and Tony's, you know.
Tony's not gonna be on again tonight, he said.
Oh, what happened?
I think he had a rubbish sleep last night, so he's tired.
Okay. Oh, you know what? I wonder if can I use his virtual garage? No, it's a private one. Darn it. Hold on, chat. I gotta go here. And I gotta make myself on.
How'd you make a flagpole on this one? Like, 2 sticks and some rope?
Yeah, yes. A rope
Ah.
and 2 sticks.
Don't suppose you got extra rope, have you? Because I ain't got enough.
Yeah, I do. But I have to go to Trader first to see if my vehicle's there.
Is he being awkward? There you go, PKP or whatever it is. Where did you go?
Okay, got it. If we could go to trader first, so I check on my vehicle. He said he put it in the garage. Is that somebody's Howley already?
Mm-hmm.
God.
Oh, hello, Ash. You joining
Wait.
us?
Up,
Hey.
No, not
friend.
much.
No, I'm not. I did download DayZ, but I forgot the name of the server, so
Osh?
I am I am mods free. What? What?
It's me.
Wait, who is it?
It's. What do you mean, who
Jessica?
is it? What?
Jonathan? I don't know.
What?
I don't know, some generic white guy name or girl name. I don't.
What are you talking about?
How are you doing, Kuppa?
Gosh. I'm gonna start giving you a nickname.
Well, my name already prevents me from traveling or getting onto airplanes. So how bad could it be?
I don't know.
My vehicle was in the. Let me check and see if stuff are here. Oh, are you giving Osh the information, Static?
Can
No.
do. If you want
Wait,
to, you
I guess I could just click the regular.
hang on. What do you want?
Just the
You're gonna
name,
have
the
to get on
code,
the
or
mods. Have you got DZSI again?
yeah, yeah. But wait, I didn't
Okay.
really launch it, so let me try. I guess you don't have. You don't need. Oh, yeah. I need Steam running first.
Hang on.
Oh, speaking of a really bad move that I did, I think I think the game was already downloading mods. I think 30 gigabytes just for mods, but I canceled that. I unsubscribed, and I think these 30 gigabytes are still in my computer.
Oh.
One of them is Deer Isle as well. I did check the list, but I didn't make it complete, the whole download. So I'm not sure if they're actually here or not.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'll check. I guess it can verify and do these things. I don't know.
Yeah.
All right,
I'm
send
just
me the
trying to
code.
find the
It just
server
copy the code
details.
or something, not the name. All right, one sec.
Okay, let me
Right.
look at my guns. Okay, this is the guns I'm using. This is just in case there's a bear or something.
You're looking
Um,
for Savage Lands Deer Oil.
This one I have
Send you
extra.
the spelling of it.
This one's my 308 that I'm trying to. Oh, here's the PKP. Okay, 308. I thought I had a map. Oh, I do have a map. Okay, this is the PKP. Oh, okay. And
I'm sure you'll be able to figure out the rest.
there's a flag. If I want to change it. Okay.
So, Kuppa, did you get your car?
Yes, it was in there. It was perfect. Everything's here too. So, when you're ready, I'm gonna take my car as well. So we could meet down there.
What's up with my controls?
Let me just make sure I don't have money on me.
Why can I only seem to walk forward and not turn?
Oh, let me see. Okay. You can't go forward?
I can't seem to mouse steer.
Huh. Do you need to relog?
Probably.
There you go.
Okay.
Unless it's a button to do something.
I don't think it's really going to help you
Yeah,
at
I've
all,
got like
but
10 of these.
it'll look cool and it'll sound cool.
Do you not
Hmm.
need
Oh,
it?
alright, never mind.
You-
Alright, I thought they were rare, my bad.
Sorry, yeah,
Status
you
gonna
can't.
relog.
No, you can't sell them. So I've just been like stockpiling them. I've got a car full of the damn thing.
I wonder if you could sell them at black market.
Okay, sorry. Just have to do this. And I'm just checking on my friend that. Okay.
That's better.
Alright.
Oh, there you are. Can see you. Hello. Why am I number 2 in the top? There's only one of me.
Okay. There we go. Okay, looks like you're back. Can you move?
Yeah. Hang on. I wonder if the server's gone wonker. Why have I got a number 2 next to my name?
I think sometimes that happens when you relog. I don't know. Silent. Silent, you got a job to do.
Strange. I think he's trying to land on my head.
Wow, somebody has a heli like that already. Damn.
Hmm.
Okay. Should we head down to the beach? What do you think?
Well, I'm going to do some fishing.
No. We're gonna put the flag up.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I thought
Let's
he was
do
only
that.
about doing fishing. Yeah.
Let's put the flag up. I'll meet you there.
Okay, what car you got? The little green thing.
I got the
Or
the BMW, but in
Oh,
white.
what? Okay.
I'm going to get you.
No, you're not.
What did I miss?
Nothing much. Just me relogging so I can steer again. Because some unknown reason I'd lost the ability to mouse steer. Normal Daisy being drunk.
I'm going to get you!
No, you're not.
If you do manage to get on Osh, without downloading a crap ton of mods,
Yep, I did find it.
I'll come and pick you up.
1 GB. It's not much, but yeah, I guess some of them are a
Oh,
bit hefty.
there's a drop up on the
Even
right
the
hand
damn
side.
rag
I mean,
ones are not
static.
small.
Let's grab that on the right. Static on the right. There's a drop.
I know, I can see it. I'm picking up bullets. Let's just
No.
already already been to it. Right. Make sure my thing's locked. Yeah, let's go for a run. You going to it, Kuppa?
Yeah, yeah.
There's no zombies there. Somebody's already. Oh, there are zombies there. Oh, good, you got it. I was going to shoot him, but I thought I might hit you. Guessing somebody's already been there.
Damn!
Oh dear.
Let's
Oh
check
well.
the zombies.
Go back and get me bike.
Damn, Chad, I did all that for nothing. Nothing.
Respawn the zombies.
Look, a stupid piece of sardine. Ugh! Who got that crash? Who would have killed him? Okay, we gotta find our vehicle now. Okay, it was right there.
So you're downloading the mods then, Osh?
Yep.
How much gigabytes?
Well, I don't have the total yet. I can force it to show me the total, but right now, I mean, Deer Isle is 8 gigabytes.
Yeah. There's quite a few. That's the main large one. There's some other 4 gig-ish ones.
I mean,
It's so
4
weird
gigabytes
because
is,
people
I
talk
don't know.
about like
I mean, it's maximum speed. It shouldn't even take half an hour.
when they go to a server, the
I'll come and
download
pick you up on
time,
the
like how long
the
it takes
quad
them.
bike.
Oh,
You
but
know?
yeah, I don't. Definitely, it's gonna. For this one, yeah, it's
And
gonna.
I don't
Overall, it's
understand
gonna
it
take
because
few
for
hours.
me it takes me
Pick
like,
by
I will be
when,
pausing and.
doesn't take me any
But yeah,
time at
tomorrow
all.
definitely I'll be there.
when you do spawning, pick Bayville because it's the closest to the trader.
Yeah,
Alright.
Bayview.
I'll make sure.
Bay Villa, right? Bay
I'll make
Villa?
sure.
Bayville.
Oh yeah.
I'll make sure I remember that thing. Choose another thing.
It'll give you a
Probably.
selection anyway.
Alright.
You should type it onto Osh's Discord message so when he gets up he'll like, what is it again? But it's in the
Wait, Paris?
see.
No, wait.
You should type it, Static. Send him a message.
What for?
Tell him where to spawn so tomorrow when he spawn he might forget.
Oh, he won't forget.
He's gonna forget. It's
He won't
Osh.
forget.
He's gonna go, I'm all the way
Yeah,
down south. Come get me.
wait, I should go south, right?
Ooh, double-bladed axe. Love that.
Okay, we need some stick, Static.
Yeah, I've got nothing to chop trees down with apart from a knife. So if you've got an axe, that'd be wonderful. Oh, hang on, I've got that.
Yeah, just a
See
knife
the
will
axe?
get. Yeah, just a knife.
I've got that Viking axe I've just picked up. That might work. I do need to put my sound back on though. Ooh, put it on that bench.
Okay. Okay. Let me get my stick. Let's see. Right here. I could get some stick right here.
Do.
That's all I need. Make it into a short stick.
I will catch you up in a sec, Kuppa. I'm just running around picking up all the things.
Yeah, no worries. I'm just here getting a stick. I got both sticks, so you don't need to get any.
Okay, cool.
Then I'm gonna go ahead and make the flagpole kit for you guys, and then for me as well.
Okay.
So you just have to put it up.
Yeah. We're
Cool.
segregating the campus.
Osh, if you wanna live with me, you can.
Go on, Ash. You know you wanna.
Alright.
You could go and jump on a plane and go and live with Kuppa.
Mm-hmm.
Osh, if you get on a plane, live with me. I got lots of food and drinks and room and board and you know.
The downside is you'll have to wear a collar and she'll call you Mr. Meow.
Yeah.
And rent free,
Yeah, be a
Osh,
good
rent
boy.
free.
I rigged that in so many people's heads rent free. God damn it,
Right.
my connection is frying right now.
You know, I haven't found yet a leather kit.
Oh, really? Huh.
Mm,
Interesting.
have you found one yet? Oh, I can see you.
Yeah, I haven't. I'm gonna go over here. Oh. Let me drop your here, Static. Let me drop you yours. And here. So
Oh, thank you.
yeah, go ahead and put yours up. You know how
Cool.
to do it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. And then I have a tent for you, so when you put it up, let me know and then I'll bring you the tent.
Okay, I'm gonna put it over kind of where he was, sort of thing.
Okay, because I'm gonna go over here and see if I might not go on the island. I might go over here instead. So I'm gonna look at this place over here real quick.
Okay. Well, where that other person had a base.
Yeah, because I thought about that. I was like, on that island, I don't know if I like it because there's not a lot of room.
How much? Oh, zombie. Where did he come from? Smelly zombie with his damaged apple.
Okay, let's see.
Hmm.
I don't remember how far apart I could be from you guys.
Well, I'm thinking about putting it next to the fence over here. So I've got the building next to it as well, I think, and
Forgot where that guy put his base. Was it here? Was it right here? Right here? Or was it right across from, like, see? I used to be on that island right there. I wonder if it's right here. You know? Right there. I forgot where he put it. You think, was it right here? Let's too much trees here though. I like it flat, no trees.
Oh, it's
Okay.
got the skull and crossbones flag anyway.
So I could put it here, right here. Okay. Or I could
Cool.
put it.
So I don't have to make it my flag or anything. That's
No,
weird.
yeah, it just comes right up. Put it right here. Like right there. What do you guys think? Maybe over here, huh?
Okay, so I've now got a flag.
Is it down?
No, I don't even have to put it up. It's already up.
Yeah, you put it down already, right?
Yeah.
Okay, let
I
me.
thought you meant I took
Yeah.
the flag down.
I'm gonna put mine down, see if it'll let me, because you are 374.
370.
Okay.
Mm.
Yeah, so I'm gonna put my flag like right here. Is there a stone here? No stone here. I'll put it right here. Yeah.
What I gotta do now is get a base
Yes. Okay. So I'm gonna lower the flag,
and probably some new shoes at some point.
and I'm gonna switch my flag out to this chicken one. Oh, shit. Okay. Let me raise that. Okay. I'm gonna get a chicken one and put it there. I got this new flag. Okay, I'm coming back, and then I'm gonna give you the tent to put up.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Zombongs have respawned. Wish the hotbar had stopped disappearing. Really annoying.
Yeah, and I didn't reload my gun.
You watching TV, Osh?
No. Playing Extranium. I don't know, it was updated, so I thought something new happened, but nothing.
It's underground. You
Oh,
see it?
thank you.
Okay, so take that. I forgot to buy a code lock.
Oh, I can always buy one in a bit. At least I've got the tent on there. My dude needs feeding again.
Okay, I'm gonna go put my tent up. I'll be back. I should just
If you
drive
go-
over there.
Hmm?
I should drive over there.
What, over to the island? How?
I'm gonna drive over there.
Oh, up the other end of the beach, yeah. Sorry, I forgot you not doing the island.
Yeah, I'm not doing the island.
Oh, stop making dying noises.
What? No, I'm not. That was just the voices in your head.
Osh, even if they said they don't like your noises, I love your noises. You're like such a fun person. You gotta have
Yeah,
that,
I try to
right?
be.
I mean, you gotta have like some craziness to it, you know?
We're all crazy here.
Otherwise, the darkness consumes you.
Exactly, and it's DayZ. I mean, come on, you know? You gotta have one crazy person on the team.
Well, I even your voices keep disconnecting every now and then. So
Oh, mine is?
yeah, I'm gonna leave this thing downloading for a bit. No, no, you were fine just now, but like every minute, I guess you just suddenly come back. So it's just my connection, cutting off. So yeah, I will join you guys some other time. Look at the
Okay, mate.
ping.
They should have the mods anyway.
Okay. Eh, yeah, it's gonna be downloading today, and it should be done by I don't know later tonight. I'll join you tomorrow. Oh,
God, where are all these
yeah, even my
zombies
ping
coming
on
from?
Discord keeps going up and down. It's not even that stable.
Oh, that's right. I want stuff to sell.
Good night. I'll meet you tomorrow in Knoxville or whatever that is.
Bayville. You know what it's called.
All right. Yeah.
Okay, Osh.
See ya.
Right, catch you tomorrow, mate.
It goes. Oh my god. Okay. Put that one there. Raise that.
Well, there weren't a lot over on the island.
Okay, I have a chicken flag that I found, so I'm gonna use that.
A volleyball net kit.
Okay. Let's put that in our bag.
You even get a ball in Daisy to play volleyball.
Okay, there's our medium tent. Yes. Oh, the medium tent has 200 storage.
100 more than the crummy bike.
Yeah, yeah. So, I need to go buy a coal lock.
How much are code locks?
I don't know. Yeah, I think I might like it over here more because there's more room.
Okay. And a huge lack of zombies, yeah?
Oh yeah, yeah.
I just killed quite a lot of zombies, I have.
Okay. Let me look at my stuff here. God, I need to. Okay, I need to sell this. Static, are you leaving or you gonna go looting?
I'm just going up the hill to go and grab some stuff. Gonna have a look how much code lock is as well.
Okay. I'm gonna go to the trader then. Okay, let's. Let's go buy a coal lock.
Keep finding can openers. Don't need a can opener, do you?
I go, yeah, but I'm poor. Who's I'm like, I have this feeling that we should shoot him in the face. Chad, I'm like ridiculous, right? Hey Joe, hi Joy. I hope hope all is well. Keep on being awesome. You too. You too, Joe. You too, Joe. You too. I want to shoot Ari in the face. I got this itch to shoot Ari in the face. I'm trigger happy. Like, I want to ram this guy over so badly. Like, just ram him over.
Interesting looking gun.
Chad, I want to ram this guy
CZ805.
over. Okay, he's selling a honey badger for 20K. I don't know.
No.
Okay, going to trader.
I'll meet you up there. I'm currently picking up guns.
I saw a ghost.
We should have rephrased that. Trying to pick up guns.
You know, chat, when I'm driving, I can't see the chat on the left-hand side. I think I need to move that, right? Like, maybe put it in the middle? What do you think? So, Joe, I'm trying, like,
How much is
I
a cabbie?
started... Oh, what is he A cubby?
Cabin.
Oh, I don't remember. Um,
I'll have to have a look when I get to the trader. Ugh.
see, I lost my train of thought already.
How big's the inventory on that BM? Can't remember how much you said it was.
I'll look right now.
Whoa. Lag. Up in the field.
400. And then you could put a backpack.
Oh yeah, I remember Tony was putting a backpack on it.
Yeah, I need a better backpack.
The car's 180, ain't it?
I think I'm gonna sell this gun right here. Yeah, 180.
I'll have to have a look where other cars are at. Kind of price.
Do I need this? Nope. Okay, do I need to sell anything in here? No. Okay. So we'll go ahead and close this. Lock it. Sell the Saint Victor. Oh, you know what?
Ooh, I'm getting
I
lag.
better put my... What happens is that if I don't put my gun away, I might accidentally sell it. So we're gonna do that. We're not accidentally going to sell that. These 3 guns. Close that. Lock that. Okay. Let me go and sell that real quick.
Still can't find a snafu 338
Okay, and then I'm gonna
thing
sell
that fits this
AR,
bloody gun.
and there we go. All sold. Where's she at? Deposit all. Okay. She should have. Oh, there she is. I'm by the well. I'm gonna go by the well.
Oh, hey.
Hey! Oh, awesome, awesome. Thank you.
I got a VSSK
About
mag
to-
if anyone's
Are you just- you're
interested
just
in
started?
buying.
Yeah, I'm just getting started.
I have a 100 slot. I don't know if that's better than what you have. If you want it, it's yours.
Yeah, this will
The
help
same spot.
in my vehicle.
Or you can sell it or whichever. I don't mind.
Yeah. I'm gonna put this in my car. It's gonna go in my car. Do you guys know how much a car tent is?
Like 28, I think.
Okay.
I can give you a hand if you need one.
Oh, you want me to take this? Okay. I get a car bottle water, right? Oh, that's more fancy than my stupid brown one. put this in the car. I'll be right back. Okay, so let's take. Down. Come on. Let's take this backpack out. Put this backpack in. That one. And then we'll donate this.
So I need a code lock, yeah?
Yeah.
8,000. It's not overly expensive, but...
Let's put this here. Somebody can
And
have that.
a hunting cabin is 700,000.
Fill this up. Empty that. That's done. Put that there. And okay, we need another code lock. We need two, right? Yeah. This Clara. Did she leave? Oh, she's over there. Okay. 8K. Oh my god, it counts 8K. 8K for a code lock. That's expensive. Okay, let me see how much a car tent is. Tents. Okay. I usually just get this one. 28K. 28K for a car tent. Wow. Darn it.
What do you want a car tent for?
I think I'm gonna wait on that. Oh, bigger slot at base.
Oh, okay.
It's too expensive. How much? 700K for the hunting cabin. Okay.
Yeah.
Darn. Okay, 700. So I got the
And-
lock.
I'm gonna go down to the beach and do some fishing.
Okay.
You gonna come and do some fishing? Because I think that's actually quicker than getting guns.
It is. I think what I'm gonna do is, I don't know if I should run
Oh,
back to
now we're
the
doing it.
to base and put this code lock on.
Why do they think I'm not carrying a flag when I'm carrying a flag? Terrible.
And do I need to sell anything here?
So. Right, better. I've got 207,000 now.
think we're done.
Hmm.
Where did it go? Oh, it's right here.
That's a fish. Where it was, it looked weird.
Did she leave? Oh, did she leave already? Kara, I'm gonna head back to base.
Alright, sounds good. Where'd you guys base?
Let's see. You know the military that's close to here? Just down the road from there?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, are you guys
Alright,
just...
sounds good. Well, I'll see ya.
Okay, are you guys just looting around and stuff?
Yeah, we're just still trying to kind of get set up and start to loot and stuff.
Okay, I'll see you later. Bye. Bye, Ari.
Okay, I'll be around. See ya.
Say what, sorry, mate?
I'm still here. I'm gonna
Gotcha.
I'm gonna go to base and put this stuff away, and then I'll come back and fish with you.
Hang on, Kuppa. Got somebody else talking to me in game as well. Sorry, mate, I didn't catch that. Somebody else was talking to me on Discord.
Oh, I was just saying that I'm gonna go to base, and then I'll come back and fish with you.
I can have that fish if you want it, mate. It was already here. I just noticed it. I have no idea who he was talking about. Oh, he did pick that fish up. Good. He must have left his fish there. What was you saying, Kuppa? Because I'm even talking to me proper.
I was
Put me
just
off of-
saying I'm gonna go to base and put my code lock on, and then I'll come back and fish with you.
Okay,
Okay, I'll be back.
cool. See you in a minute.
Is Silent you around? Did you take care of the spammer?
Get that fish takes up most of the backpack. I got a long fish.
Guys, we need a cabin, hunting cabin, which is, how much was it again? 700. 700K. I think, is it 7
Come
exactly
on, I
or
want
7
some great
something?
white
So
sharks.
about 800K. 800K, we need 800K. And
Oh, that'll do.
another cold log. 800K, another cold log. And we need to loot for car tent. Because that little tiny one is not gonna cut it. Okay, do I need... let's just lock this. Let's put our coat tent, coat lock in. And I think of a number for the tent. Okay, E to set it. Okay. So I could put this here, leaving that. What else can we leave? We don't need anything extra. Okay, now let's go in the car and pull out anything extra that does not need to be in there. Like, and just put it in here. This, that. access it from here? No. Okay, I gotta put these first. That one? I already looked through these, right? Okay. Okay. This is 5.5. Look, chat. I mean, my inventory sucks. I mean, I don't have a lot of it. Okay, just have a little bit in here. I want this and this, so. Wonder what this military locker looks like. And why can't I put my hand? Okay. Is something wrong? Okay. Can I put my hand now? Oh, yeah. It looks like that. Oh, okay. So I could put this out here if I need to. And just put a cold lock in it. So I need a screwdriver so I could... Okay, screwdriver as well. Either buy one or... Okay, so that's locked. Yes! Okay, so that's locked. Don't have a lot of storage, but that's fine for now. Okay, there's my fishing pole. All my fishing gear. Here. Oh. Goes there. I want to leave the PKP in the tent, but I'm scared somebody might steal it. You know? Because they could break into that. So I think what I'm going to do is just keep it on me for now. Okay, the tent is locked. Now we're gonna go and park this vehicle at Trader. Ah! Here we go. vehicle, and it's in there. Any 300. Right? Just 3, okay. Then I need to go buy some bait. Buy one of that. 2 of these. I think it's the grasshopper, right? Was it grasshopper? We'll try grasshopper. Go down here with static is. I don't think I've ever you guys ever seen me fish, right? You seen me fish before? I mean, it's not that like exciting at all. This is where most people like put their music on, get their groove on, and fish a little to make some money. Look at that guy's fish. Look, he caught off shark. We don't want to go too close and, you know, kind of. Look at all this pot. Somebody needs to take care of that. Okay, let's go fishing. Look, we got one already. Okay, no shoot. A fish, a fish, a fish. Yes, a fish. Gonna cut that fish. Fillet it. We gotta quick bar this fishing pole. There we go. Oh, they didn't get they 50 logs for this cabin. Oh yeah, he didn't buy the cabin, he crafted it. So when you craft it, you need all that extra stuff. I'm just gonna buy it. I'm not gonna craft it because you need nails and, you know. And nails is precious in the server. So, how's my thing? Okay, that's fine. Let's fish from here. 100 planks, 99 nails, 32 stone. I think it's the nails that you have to worry about. Look, I got a shark. It's a great white shark.
Are you using to fish with Kuppa?
Let me look real quick. I'm cutting this shark. Let's see. Let me sharpen my knife. I'm using the fishing lure number 3.
Oh, okay.
Oh, come on.
Oh, don't go in the sea, mate.
Go in the sea. Go in the sea. I want to see. Yeah, land right there. Look. Oh, look at my fish, chat. Let's watch this guy, what he's gonna do. What is he doing?
Oh, got a
Oh my
shark.
god, he went in! He went into the ocean! Oh my god!
Oops.
Oh my goodness. Is he stuck there? He's stuck there.
Is he going to be able to get out there? That's the question.
He got out.
That was lucky.
Oh, he went back in! Oh my god! He went back in! Chat, he went back in. Dude went back
I was
in.
expecting him to shit
He
at
went
me
back
enough.
inside. Now he's deep into it. Oh, there he is. He came back out. That's hilarious. What is he doing? Oh my word. What is he trying to do? I'm confused. What is he doing?
Oh yeah, because they don't have vehicle damage on this, do they? So I don't think you can drown your helicopter.
Yeah, but you have to be able to get back out. Yeah, otherwise you're stuck in there. What is he doing? I'm confused as why he's hovering there.
You're messing about, huh?
Let's do that. Pose.
He's just
wave.
piddling around.
What is he doing? This is...
Right, I am pretty much full of fish.
Okay. Okay, that's enough watching
Oh, you've
him.
gone. Oh, there you are.
I have no idea what he's doing. Like, I have no idea. He must be trying to get something. If somebody's dead in the ocean, it's... Why would he go, like, that low? Oh, is he trying to pick someone up? I don't know what he's doing. Look, it says we could fish up there. That's funny. Can pop the water ones with the screwdriver to turn them into fire one. Was the vanilla way anyways. I don't know what he's saying. Okay, they're leaving now. Chat, I'm gonna tap out real quick and check and see if I got that message from... let's see what time it is. Okay. No.
Oh, I needed to get some bait.
Okay. No message from my friend. I hope he's okay. Got a little crab. King crab, but it looks tiny to me. Oh, boots. I hear that howling again. Wonder what he's trying to do now. So chat, on this server, I applied to be a EMS, and so I don't know if I'm gonna like it or not. But what's I gonna say? The kind of like the orientation or whatever is like in, let me look. 3, 4, like an hour and 15 minutes from now. I kind of want to stream it, but at the same time, I'm like, I don't know if I want to run my stream again. So if I do stream it, I'll come back. You guys will see me again. So if, in like an hour and like 30 minutes, about 2 hours, come back and check and see if I'm streaming. To support me. If not, then if I didn't stream it, then that means I just didn't want to because I don't want to run it. I'm lazy. But it would be nice for you guys to see, right? The orientation, kind of what he says, what he doesn't say, what it, you know, what you need to
Yeah, a
be an
tiny bit more
EMS.
fishing and quit, I think.
Okay. Are you quitting now, or are you gonna do one more?
I'm going to do some more fishing and then
Okay.
quit.
Okay.
I could do with just catching great whites.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing, just catching it. So yesterday I went to get some cows. I don't know if I want to do that. I'm hungry too, chat. So I'm hungry too. I kind of want to go get some cows as well, but I don't know. Like when he leaves, I kind of want to go get some cows, but I think what I'm gonna do, I'm trying to think, is I don't know if I should just end my stream and go eat. Who wants to cook me some dinner or lunch? Is it lunchtime?
I've caught 2 wellies so far.
Nice.
Not particularly useful though, are they?
It's raining, it's pouring. I'm gonna go here. How's my valley damage? Look at the scary storm coming in. That's ruined. Okay, where's our next one at? This is that grasshopper we bought. Chat, where's our bag? Oh, okay. I was like, am I on top of it? That's why. Static, when you came on, has it crashed at all?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Nobody said anything. It didn't crash while I was on.
Okay. You've got an angel shard. still pristine. What do we get? Ooh. Another one. I think that's it. We gotta go to Trader. What's that sound? Not a message for me. What is that sound? You guys hear it? Let's go sell our fish and see how much money we made. Our inventory sucks, so I don't know. Oh, you know
Enough
what?
for the
This
fun
is
part.
actually a better backpack than mine. Yeah, this one's better than mine. I'm gonna go like that.
Loading all the mags?
And then I'm
Hell
gonna
yeah.
go like that.
Oh, I
Yeah,
think I'm
as
gonna
soon
quit
as
now.
the HCD weapons
Not
come
having
back,
much
if they
luck
do, I'm
fishing
throwing
at
this
the
fucking
moment.
PKP away. I'm fucking screwed. Nice.
For real, dude.
Jesus Christ. I've unboxed like 90 boxes of fucking ammo now.
They need to get the autoloader mod in the server. They need
Yeah.
to put the autoloader mod back into the server. There's been a couple that I've been on that have autoloaders sitting right next to the trader, so you just shove the magazine into it,
Selling
and
my
then put the
fish.
bullets
Yeah.
into it, and then it loads the
Mm.
mag with like a
Yeah,
battery
come
or
and
something.
sell the little bit that I've just got,
Yeah, I
and then I'm
fucking
gonna
love that
quit out.
fucking mod.
Okay.
I had
Otherwise,
actually
I really
made
won't
a
want to get
version
up
of
for
that
work
mod where it
tomorrow.
was a teddy bear.
Okay.
Nice.
Well, I won't
So you
wait
can
to have
put
my
it in the
son to
grenade
school
slot
either.
on your vest.
Oh, that's great.
Then you just hold the teddy bear in your hand, put your magazine in there, and fucking reload it. It was funny at first when my friend's server was using it, because they were like, what the fuck do you have a teddy bear in your hand for? Like, well,
Man.
you can fucking load your mags that way.
Why don't I have a teddy bear? That should be your first question. Oh, this is clean. This backpack doesn't show weapons on the shoulder. I
Nah.
actually like this. I can put the hideous weapons on the backpack,
Yeah.
and it would just look better.
Wait, have you not had one of those yet?
Huge. I've never... The highest bag that I've had on the server is a 120.
Oh, shit. Well, I'm glad that I
Yeah.
had the spare to give to you.
I've been rocking the EMS top and bottom, and then a 120 slot bag, and that's been my inventory. And then the NBC gear and a plate carrier.
Oh, shit, did I throw that paper away? I did not.
Oh, thank God the ammo stacking is back. I just
Oh,
bought
I
like
know.
400 rounds before I checked that the stacking was back. That could have been bad.
I would have just paid $1,000 a bullet if it was not. Just to not have to deal with this shit.
Got a quick look through the cars.
I'm just stoked to finally have gotten donor gear in.
Yeah, seriously.
Did you get any?
I'm sorry, what was that? You said something when I walked off. I'm not a donor.
Okay. Fucking. I just went and got.
Hmm? Say again, sorry.
Drunk? Yeah.
Yeah, same. I'm gonna go in a sec as well.
Yeah. I think
I'll
Birdie put it in
yeah,
there.
see you, mate.
I know Birdie was buying bottles of vodka earlier.
Okay, Chad, I'm gonna call it right here. Thanks for hanging out with me. I appreciate that, and thanks for the follow and the subscription as well. And oh, and the donation. Thank you. I will see you guys later. Okay. Let me put my goodbye screen up. And thanks again. Bye, guys.